I thought there was something off, just a little bit.
Whenever I sit in the evening, we always open with the robe verse. So that is my cue to remind myself to put it on at that point. So it
Oh
is.
yeah. Well, you guys do it in the evening, so that's kind of like the last thing or
Mm,
something, right?
yeah. Well, I guess it's also first thing in the morning for Japan if we have people joining from Japan.
But for you, it's like the last thing in the evening.
Mm, yeah, I guess so. How are you, Beyond? Keeping it together?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm keeping it together. Yeah, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I'm a little tired today.
Mm.
I'm a little tired.
Well, it's the middle of the night. You should be a little tired.
Well, the night is just beginning. It's almost midnight, so we'll be done by 4. I'll probably be asleep by 5.
You're built different.
I'm not though. My eye is twitching because I'm tired, and so that's very uncomfortable.
Yeah. When I'm holding stress, my twitching eye is the first thing that lets me know. Even if I'm not aware of it yet, the eye starts going and it's like, great. What do you want, body? You know.
Oh, I know what my body wants, but it's not one bit about me, so it's okay. Well, this is a weird.
Yeah. Do you nap during the day, Bjorn, so that you can?
The way I do it is I developed a habit of I usually practice with the sangha in the mornings, and on Fridays I don't. I sleep in as much as my body wants to, and I sort of allow myself to go to sleep as late as I feel like on Thursday night, so that I wake up late on Friday, and so I function based on that. But my body's used to it at this point. Hello, man in the shadow.
Yeah.
So I sort of like, if I can, I'll try to nap a little bit during the day, but it doesn't seem to do much.
Sure. That's just a long, long Friday for you.
It's very long. So that's why I try not to wake up. I usually wake up like before 7, like 6:30 or so for morning practice. But I don't do it on Fridays, so it's because of that, because otherwise I think I would be just dead at this point.
Appreciate your effort.
Oh, thank you very much. I love being here, otherwise I wouldn't do it.
I love playing this guessing game. Is Jindo entering with tea in one hand and coffee in the other? Or is he going to be going back at some point? Is he
This is
prepared?
this is 4 hours long. Jundo's got time to get all the coffee and tea that he feels like in the middle of it.
Hello,
Oh,
Ohayou gozaimasu.
an intimate little group this morning. everyone. Good to see you. Small, intimate group is always welcome. Today's theme and little talk will be based on a very interesting scholars paper. One of the Dogenologists who I think really got what Dogen is on about a bit, and it's worth going through because it's about liberation. Liberation, the L word. People say we're not allowed to say that very much these days in Zen because we're kind of about relaxation and things like that. But no, this is about the big L, liberation. So we're going to be going through the paper. I guarantee you that it's going to be worth your time. It's very rich and rewarding. And so we'll be looking at that a little later. It's 8 a.m. here. We're ready to go. Bjorn, are you the Eno today?
No, it's Koku.
Oh, Koku, okay. So Koku is coming. Our folks in Europe, he will be the Eno from the UK. And so are we ready to go? All right. Well, if you've been here before and looking around, boy, you sure have. You know what to do. And if it's your first time, you made a big mistake. No, follow along.
Makahanya Haranita Shingyo Kanji Zaibo Satsugyo Jinhanya yakusha rishi shikifu ikukufu ishiki shiki sokuze kuku sokuze shikichu sokyo shikiyaku punyo seisha rishi seisho hoku sofu shofu metsofu kufu jofu zofu genze kokumu shikimu juso kyo shikimu genni bize shinni mu shikisho komi okuho mugen kai nai shimu ishikikai mu myo yaku mu myo jinnai shimu roshi yakumu roshi jinmu kushu metsudo muchi yakumu toko wi musho toko bodai satta e hanya haramita koshin mukege komu ukufu onri isai tendo muso ugyo ne hansanze sho butsu e hanya haramita kotoku wa nokuta ran yakusan odai kochi hanya haramita seidai jinshu seidai myoshu seimu joshu seimu todo shuno jo isaiku shinjitsufu koko setsu hanya haramita shu soko setsu shu watsa gyate gyate hara so gyate koji so aka hanya shingyo. The identity of relative and absolute. The mind of the great sage of India is intimately conveyed west and east, while human faculties are both wise or dull. In the way there are no northern or southern ancestors. The subtle source shines clear in the light, the branching streams flow in the dark. To be attached to things is primordial illusion. To encounter the Absolute is not yet enlightenment. All spheres, every sense and field, intermingle, even shine alone, interacting even as they merge, yet keeping their places in expressions of their own. Some differ primarily in shape and character, and sounds in harsh or soothing tones. The dark makes all words one. The brightness distinguishes good and bad phrases. The four elements return to their nature as a child turns to its mother. Fire is hot, water is wet, wind moves and the earth is dense. Eye and form, ear and sound, nose and smell, tongue and taste, the sweet and sour, each independent of the other, like leaves that come from the same root. And though leaves and root must go back to the source, both root and leaves have their own uses. Light is also darkness, but do not think of it as darkness. Darkness is light. Do not see it as light. Light and darkness are not one, not two, like the foot before and the foot behind in walking. Each thing has its own being, which is not different from its place and function. The relative fits the absolute, as a box and its lid. The absolute meets the relative, like two arrow points that touch in mid-air. Hearing this, simply perceive what is. Make no criterion. If you do not see the way, you do it even as you walk upon it. Walking forward in the way, you draw no nearer, progress no farther. One who fails to see this truth is mountains and rivers away. Listen, those who would perceive this subtle matter. Live well your time by night and day. Buddha nature pervades the whole universe, reality existing right here now. In reciting the heart of the perfection of Great Wisdom Sutra, and the identity of relative and absolute, we dedicate our sincere efforts to Shakyamuni Buddha, Honored One, the historical Buddha and teacher, and to those ancestral teachers, Eihei Dogen, Honored One, Soji Keizan, Honored One, all successive Honored Ones up until Zuigako Rempo, Honored One, and Gudu Wafu, Honored One, and to all other Honored Ones throughout history, same yet diverse Honored Ones, whose names have been forgotten or left unsaid. We also dedicate these efforts to the three treasures, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, to all awakened ones and teachers in all places and times. We especially seek tranquility and well-being for all creatures now suffering or ill in health. May they be serene through all their ills. May their lives be at peace, and wisdom pervade the darkness of ignorance. We dedicate our hopes and aspirations to all victims of war and violence and natural events, to the injured and to all families touched by these tragedies, to the healing of hatred in all countries and among all peoples, to the wisdom and compassion of our world leaders, to the peace of the world and harmony of all beings. Thus, let the harmful effect of words, thoughts, and actions be dispelled, and compassion bloom in perpetual spring. May we all realize and live the enlightened way together. All Buddhas throughout space and time. All Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas, Maha Prajna Paramita.
Zazen? Don't want to face the wall today? It's cold. Why don't you, face here, facing this way? Here. The sage is really focused on your little space. Is that the right size for you? Yeah. Kinhin. Zazen? Kinhin? business. It's a little complicated. Okay, go ahead. You're sitting is beautiful. I can get the feeling. You're very still inside. I think it's good. On your legs, you don't want to sit chair style?
It lasts me for maybe 20 seconds and it comes online again.
You're,
It goes offline just for maybe 30 seconds and comes back, so it's
okay, so,
it was just
okay, because there's nothing wrong with sitting chair style if you need to.
but it just like the stability of this Burmese style.
You are literally the expert on the body, so I leave it to you. You surely know more about it than I, so I leave it to you. We will now have a talk. As always, you may sit and just listen to the talk, have some tea, or sit Zazen during the talk. Please don't sleep during the talk, if you can avoid it. Please don't have lunch yet. Can we have the verse to open the sutras?
The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered, but rarely perceived. Now we see, hear, receive, and maintain this. May we all realize the Tathagata's true meaning. The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered, but rarely perceived. Now we see, hear, receive, and maintain this. May we all realize the Tathagata's true meaning. The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered, yet rarely perceived. Now we see, hear, receive, and maintain this. May we all realize the Tathagata's true meaning.
Lovely. Every once in a while I come across a scholar's reflections on Dogen that really hits it on the head. Not all of them do. But it's not just about Dogen. This is truly about your practice, your life. It's about liberation. It's one of the finest expressions I've come across in a while about what we're here for, some common misunderstandings about what we're here for. So I'm going to read the highlights of the paper and try to simplify it a little, because it's a scholar, you know how scholars talk, and it's also Dogen, you know how Dogen talks. So I'm trying to get to the point of it here. But if you truly understand what's being said here, I think it will enrich your practice. No, I'm going to say it, it's going to be liberating for your life. It will enrich your life. It will free you. It's that important. It's a paper by Charles Taylor, who's a scholar in Holland, but also a Zen teacher. I wasn't able to find a lot about his Zen teaching, but he's working from something written by a famous Catholic philosopher named Charles Taylor. Not the Charles Taylor we have at Tree Leaf, we have another one, but this is a famous Charles Taylor who speaks of, I'm going to read this. You can just listen, or I've posted it for you. Charles Taylor calls fullness, Fullness, a deeply meaningful, rich, and fulfilling sense of life. often associated with transcendence, moral depth, and a sense of purpose. He contrasts this with feelings of disenchantment, alienation, or emptiness, not our good emptiness, the bad kind, and meaninglessness, which can arise in a secular world. So he's talking about truly a feeling of being beyond our little self, alive, fulfilled, whole. It's the spiritual experience. Now he's speaking as a Catholic, he wasn't a Buddhist, but the paper here tries to make the point that it applies also to Buddhism, and Master Dogen may have expressed this impeccably. But Charles Taylor said that there were three problematic trends in modern understanding of religion and society and ourselves that result in certain misunderstandings of this fullness. The first trend is a shift towards spiritualization at the cost of embodiment. We'll get into this, but it's kind of like, oh, I'm sitting here, I want to have a spiritual experience. I want to have a kind of spiritual high. But Dogen's point, Charles Taylor's point was, you got to realize this is more like we'll get to what it is. It's not a little spiritual experience. Fullness is also no longer out there in the objective world, but in a subjective inner experience. You sit here, you want to have kind of some inner experience of maybe people talk about Satori, but they also speak about just, I want to feel very peaceful, I want to feel good. And this is so much bigger than that, that it's not just inside you, it is truly inside, outside, and everywhere. We'll get to that. This misunderstanding constitutes an excarnation of fullness. That means it is disembodied and reduced to some religious experience. What he's going to get to is that it's not just something in your mind. It's not just something that happens and you experience it inside you. It's truly your whole mind, your whole body, the whole world, everything in the world, all time and space dancing together with you. You'll see what I mean in a bit. The second tendency these days is to reduce fullness to just self-actualization rather than self-transcendence. You want to be a better person, a better worker, a better, happier guy, more content in your shoes, a little more relaxed, less worried about tomorrow, a little bit more at peace, less depressed, a little happier. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But he's saying this is not just about some full realization of yourself. This is truly self-transcendence. It's the difference between putting a Band-Aid on your bullet wound and truly doing the operation that's necessary to cure it. So don't get me wrong, all this practice that we're going to talk about, it's going to help with your peace in your heart and your worries about tomorrow, and you're being more content with your illness, and you're being a little more loving and kind. It's going to do all those things, but you got to realize this is not a Band-Aid. This is something vast, vast, that has those others as just part of it, just part of it. It's the difference between taking an aspirin for your cancer and truly curing it, like that big. They misunderstand that fullness is located in some kind of optimal human functioning, a shift from a religious to a therapeutic healing. It becomes just kind of therapy, just a kind of mental therapy for your depression, for your anxiety, for your angst, living in this modern society, your worries about the political situations and society and your kids. Nothing wrong with that. It's all in here. Don't get me wrong. But this is much more than just some therapeutic treatment. This misunderstanding was under the influence of the human potential movement. You know, all those self-help books you read about how to be better, do it better, win better, like that, be happier, all those, the human potential movement. And enlightenment came to be understood in terms of some optical psychological functioning as a state of psychological health. Again, this is good treatment for what ails you, but it's much, much more than that. It is truly finding your place in reality and who you are in the great dance of this world. It's so much vaster than just feeling like a little more peaceful and content and at home with yourself. Though it's all there, you'll see. The third misunderstanding tendency is even to deny the existence or attainability of such a sense of fullness or of liberation. People these days say, well, this liberation, that was something you read about in those Buddhist books, but I'm not here for that. I'm just content to sit here and feel a little more peaceful. We are talking about truly enlightenment and liberation, or fullness, as Charles Taylor would say. The misunderstanding says that talking about enlightenment or fullness sets up unrealistic standards that threaten to damage our humanity. Mina, could you bring the tea in? Sorry. They plead for a reaffirmation of ordinary life. Uh-oh, we had a tea incident. Okay, we'll get it later.
Yeah.
I'll pick it up later. Yeah. Okay. Now, the other thing is, we want to have a reaffirmation of ordinary life. Not in a religious sense where ordinary life is made sacred, but in the strictly sacred sense. Yeah, we got some of the folks coming at the 10 o'clock. You can sit Zazen or just listen. That's fine. So in other words, they want to be happy in this secular world. Thank you. But this is about not getting to some sacred state that's apart from this world either. Truly, it's about making this ordinary world sacred, realizing how sacred is this ordinary life. Now, in order to investigate Dogen's thought about this, it is important to note that Japanese Zen Buddhism must be viewed within the larger context of Mahayana Buddhism. That reality, the Dharmakaya, the Dharmakaya is kind of the whole thing, man. The whole thing beyond our small human mind of divisions and judgments and self and you and me and the other and this and that and yesterday and tomorrow. Drop all that separation and division away. Everything becomes the wholeness, the swimming Dharmakaya. That's the Dharmakaya. The Dharmakaya, however, should not be seen as a collection of lifeless objects, but as a vital agent of awareness and healing. Reality itself, as I said, I'm going to simplify the scholar's words here for you a little bit. Reality itself is continually co-active in bringing all beings to universal liberation. Let me tell you how I read this. Dharmakaya is not some state out there of purity, some Godhead or some other thing that if you realize all this world drops away. This is dancing as this world. They're not two. We see this world of separation and sometimes brokenness, and then I'm speaking of this great wholeness beyond all division. They are the same. And you might look at this world the example I like to use is a great dance in which, guess what? You are the dancers, each one of you, bringing this dance to life. The dance is coming to life through you. You cannot have a dance without dancers. You just have nothing. You have an empty stage. The dancers, however, sometimes feel that they're not just dancers. They feel isolated and alone. When you realize you are the whole dance coming to life in you, you realize that, first off, you are the dance. You are the dance. The fellow behind me is the dance. The cat over there is the dance, and I am the dance. Maybe the tree and the house, the stone is the dance. You are all the dance, and because you are all the dance, you're kind of one thing too. You know, if you ever go see a dance on a stage, there's sometimes a dance with one dancer, but you have an ensemble. You folks are the ensemble, which is the dance of all reality coming to life. And your job, we will see in a second, is to dance it skillfully. First off, realize that you are dancing this life. Realize that you are bringing the dance to life. Now dance it with grace and care. So he says, reality itself is continually co-active in bringing all beings to human liberation. It's as if reality itself is something that, shall we say, wants you to realize this, or if you're wise, you will realize this. You don't have to feel so separate. The sacred is immanent, totally present in space and time. Rather than achieving higher states of personal consciousness or just some therapeutic calm, the point of spiritual practice becomes, get this, the point is not just to get some spiritual state, nor is it just to get some ordinary peace and calm. The point of spiritual practice becomes to embody this dance, to appreciate this, to participate in this dance, to achieve liberating intimacy with this, with reality itself. You are no longer this little small thing. You are now truly this fullness, this dance in one little pair of hands and legs, eyes and a body, bringing this huge thing is you coming to life as you when you realize it. Now, I said this would help cure your worries about tomorrow and your fear about your kids and your personal health issues and the political situation. How does it do that? Well, when you realize you're this whole great dance, dancing through you, and we all are, and the dance is sometimes this wild thing, but you have a job to dance it gracefully. You see that it's much bigger than tomorrow and the political situation and your personal health. That's just a drop of this great dance that's going on. According to Dogen, I'm continuing with the piece, all of existence is grounded or embedded in the ultimate reality of the Dharmakaya, or this great dance as I call it. The Dharmakaya should not be interpreted ontologically as some transcendent cosmic being that contains or projects the world. It's not some great spirit that just holds the world, a Godhead, the great oneness we have to realize that's apart from here. It's not a transcendent cosmic being that merely contains or projects the world, something out there we have to realize. Rather, continuing, It should be seen as the fundamental activity of the world itself. The fundamental activity of the world itself. The dancing itself, your dancing, our dancing, is the Dharmakaya dance. It's not a state of, okay, I got to drop this world away. I got to forget this world. I got to transcend you and me. Those ideas have to drop from my mind. And I have to forget about tomorrow and yesterday. I have to forget about everything and empty my mind. And then I will realize the Dharmakaya. Well, in a sense, yes. In a sense, yes, because the Dharmakaya is something that holds all that separation and division, and it does drop away in that wholeness. But we do not stop there, because it comes back and is everything, and is all the division, even the sickness and the health and the complexity of this world. It is dancing as this world. We don't stop just trying to realize some oneness where we forget about all this world. We come to see that the mirror, as we say, reflects and contains all this world. You know, we sometimes use the symbol of the mirror in Zen. The mirror is the clear mind of light and boundless, where there's just this light, nothing to be seen. And everything in this world is just a reflection in the mirror. But what we're really seeing is everything in the world that's a reflection in the mirror is also the mirror. Or imagine the Dharmakaya as the empty theater, the empty stage. And we think that my point is I have to clear off the dancers, I have to clear off the scenery, and then I will realize the true empty stage. Well, in a sense, yes, the Dharmakaya is the stage, this empty stage where everything's happening, but you just cleared away the show. Bring the dancers back, bring the scenery, and you realize it is the theater come to life, you see, including all the scenes of comedy and tragedy, all the scenes of birth and death, all the scenes where the aria is sung, or the hero dies. All of it is the stage, the show come to life. So that's why he says, you should not see this, you should see the fundamental activity of the world itself. All of its existence is itself Buddhahood. What is ultimately valuable, the true fullness beyond ordinary human flourishing, just getting by in life, the true ultimate value, the true fullness is built into existence itself. Just this life is a realized life when you realize it. Don't think I got to get away from this life and then I'll realize it. No. Realize it in this life. Oh, better said, realize it as this life. Is Buddha come to life like that? But it's so, and he says, whether this is recognized and appreciated or not, it is so. Most people don't get this. They just feel like they're little people leading their little lives with their little problems, which seem big to them, leading in this world that they can't understand because it seems such a mess, so chaotic, so many things to worry about, so many things to long for and hope. When you realize this great dance, that this is the Buddha, the whatever you want to call it, the Dharmakaya, if you're into it, God, whatever you want to call it, come to life as this world. You say, okay, now I'm a dancer. Now what do you have to do as a dancer? You either can mess up the dance more, or you can dance as gracefully as you can. This was Master Dogen's thing. We're going to get to that in a second. Now you've realized I'm the dancer, I am the dance come to life. Your next job is to dance it well. Dance it well. For Dogen, continuing, The rightly transmitted teaching of the Buddha consists in the so-called Jiju Zanmai, the samadhi of self-fulfilling activity. Usually we think in many types of meditation that the notion of samadhi usually refers to some kind of concentrated state of awareness. I concentrate, go deep, 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 deep. The world drops away. I realize some kind of, shall we say, something beyond all in this deep concentration. And there is truth. That's the truth. And it is. Don't get me wrong. This is. But that's not the only truth. Because Dogen uses the samadhi to refer to a state of mind that at once negates and subsumes self and other. In other words, all the pieces drop away in this great wholeness. All thoughts of yesterday and today and what is good and right and wrong kind of drops away, and there's this great overwhelming wholeness and goodness, I'm going to say. It is true. But then it comes back to the pieces, and self and other return. All the chaos of this world returns, but it's now seen a very different way, because we now realize, oh, we don't clear away the dancers on the stage to realize the truth. We bring the dancers back and realize, oh, it was a dance, it was a show. Bring them back, bring back the scenery, bring back the different scenes and acts. Because this is truly, it come to life, you see. Don't clear it all away in the deep, deep concentration of samadhi and, oh, now I'm at the truth. I've cleaned everything out in my mind. The stage is empty. It's barren, and now I've realized the truth. No, you got to now realize that bring the dancers back. Bring the show. Let the show go on now. This samadhi for Dogen is a total freedom of self-realization without any dualism or antithesis. This does not mean that oppositions or dualities, the broken pieces, are obliterated or transcended. In other words, this doesn't mean you clear off the stage. You don't transcend and obliterate the dancers in the show. Rather, they are realized for what they are. Such a freedom, this is non-dual, right? You don't want to go to the oneness. You want to, listen to this line, very important. Such a freedom realizes itself in duality, in all the chaos and broken pieces of life, not apart from it. And our Zazen practice is a practice that embodies this when we're sitting. Of course, we get up from sitting and we go back to life. We actually get back into the moving, doing part of the dance. But for a while, we sit Zazen because it's a chance to also realize this. So what was Zazen for Dogen? For Dogen, Zazen is not so much a psychological training aiming at particular states or experiences, but it is the ritual expression, embodiment, and enactment of Buddhahood. We think we sit Zazen to have some experience. And don't wrong, we're going to have an experience from this. Don't get me wrong. We have an experience, we're sitting Zazen as a tool to get an experience. No, we're sitting Zazen as a dancer dancing a step and throwing ourselves into this, where the whole universe is coming alive as this moment of Zazen. Oh yeah, it's an experience. But the meditation is not a tool. The meditation is an embodiment of everything we've been talking about. Zazen is not about attaining a mental state of liberation, but about an ongoing transformation that is as much physiological as it is psychological. It is, get this, it's not just I'm sitting here with the body to have a mental experience. It is the body is the mind is the body and mind of me is your body and mind, is the tree, is the room, is the sky, is all of time in this posture of sitting. That if you heard "Love Me Tender," it wasn't your imagination. That's our heater in the back. One of my favorite parts of winter practice. Love Me Tender. The other one is "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star," which I think is a little more fitting for a Zen group, but we also have "Love Me Tender." Zazen is not just physiological or psychological. It's the realization in your body that you, of one's own Buddhahood, you are Buddha sitting. You are Buddha dancing. When you dance, it is Buddha dancing with your hands and legs. You are fully participating in it. It is not a state, but an activity. All the activity of the world is flowing through you. No, better said, all the activity of the world is happening as you. In this particular time and place, yes, but all the activity of the world is happening as you, and you are happening all the activity of the world. If it wasn't for the dancers, there would be no dance. But if there was no dance, there would be no dancers. I know you know what that means. When you're dancing, you literally pour yourself into the dance. But there would be no dance without the dancer. There wouldn't be no dance without the other dancers, because this is an ensemble piece. There would be no dancer, you, without the dance. Zazen is our moment to pause. It is the still sitting dance step. Usually we're running around, we forget this is a dance. You would think the dance is the moving, but when we sit, we realize, we feel for a moment, I am now doing the sitting dance step, in which the dance is coming alive as this dancer here. This dancer is all the other dancers of the whole world, even the hard parts. This dancer is the parts of the dance that go well, that I like, and the parts of the dance that are not so easy. This is the dance come alive, and the dance come alive is this dancer and this dance sitting here, like that. Zazen. Okay, so Zazen is not a state, but an activity. Zazen does not lead to enlightenment. Zazen itself is enlightenment. It's a little like saying, this dance does not lead to the dance. This dancing is the dance. This Zazen does not lead to enlightenment. This Zazen is itself the realization of enlightenment. You know, a funny thing, we think, I'm going to get to the enlightenment. That's like saying, I'm dancing now, so I get to the end of the dance. And then when I get to the end of the dance, I'll really be a good dancer. Isn't that a little crazy? You don't dance now to get to the end, and when you get to the end, that's where the dance is. No, it's right now in this step, you are realizing the dance. People think I'm going to get to enlightenment. No, enlightenment is what's happening now. whether you realize it or not. And my job is to help you realize it, that it's happening now. It's not something that you're going to get next Tuesday or a year from now. Zazen does not lead to enlightenment. Zazen itself is enlightenment. Your life right now is the dance come to life. You're right now, right? Touch your nose. Touch your nose. Not everyone's touching their nose. Karen, you didn't touch your nose. Okay. That is the whole dance coming to life right on the tip of your nose, right now, what you felt. And you may say, well, that just felt like me touching my nose, and I'm telling you, no, this is everything that there is, everything that has ever been, from the first, was right here on the tip of your nose right now. You just have to realize this. Dogen uses the term practice realization, shusho, not as a psychological state, but as a liberating activity. The human body, in Dogen's view, was not a hindrance to the realization of enlightenment. Some types of Eastern practice think we have to get past this body. This body is impure, filled with temptation and sin, imperfection, something like that. We got to get out of this body and stop our desires completely, and then we will realize the truth. And for us, no. This is not a hindrance of realization, a hindrance of enlightenment, but is the very vehicle through which enlightenment is realized. We use this body because the universe gave us this body. I like to say that if the universe went to all the trouble of giving us 2 hands and 2 legs, what do you think the purpose is? To use them. To use them. Now, how are you going to use them? You got a couple of choices. You can pick up a gun or a rock and hurt someone. You can pick up a needle and inject some drugs into you. You can use it to grab more money. Or you can use these hands and these legs to bring some more peace and beauty into the world. To do charity and goodness. If you want to know what I think is really going on in this universe, it's something like that. We got these hands and we got these legs, and we have something that appears to be, whether, I don't get in a philosophical debate, something like free will to choose. Karma was always based on this. You have a choice, my friend. You can go that way or the other way, and you know where that way leads. To trouble. Here you are. The universe has given you a body for whatever reason, and these legs and these hands. This is not me getting weird. This is what karma basically has always been about. And given you free will and a choice right now. You are a dancer. You have found yourself for some mysterious reason alive in this dance. You can either make a mess of it, hurt the other dancers, hurt yourself, or you can dance like the beautiful ballerina you should be. Like that. That touched Beyond, yes. My beautiful ballerina Beyond. Okay, now we find that ordinary life, this ordinary world, is our place of practice. This is where it comes to be. This ordinary life is not keeping you. It's not in a monastery in the Himalayas. It's not on a cloud with the angels. This ordinary life is the place of the dance. When you realize how sacred this is, that's what the next section is about. Now, first we criticize some misunderstandings about ordinary life. In an attempt to reaffirm ordinary life, without falling prey to either crude materialism or some kind of religiosity, many secular humanists have embraced Buddhism as providing a non-religious access to fullness without any need for notions of transcendence. I think this is criticizing like the mindfulness movement. You can just be at peace here and realize that you don't have to get all religion-y, nor do you have to be a crass materialist. you can just realize some simple kind of spirituality. And I think this piece is saying, don't hold yourself back because you're afraid of, oh, that's religion or that. Really go deep, deep, deep into this. The various ways in which Buddhism has been adapted to the needs and expectations of the West also include an answer for this need for a resacralization of ordinary life. Pardon my, some of these words are so hard. A resacralization, making it a sacred again, of this ordinary life. We want to feel something sacred about this world. We want to, but our old religion, with all the hoo-ha and the hocus pocus, kind of scared us a little. Me too. You know, I hear some rabbi talking about some old Jewish thing about the Kabbalah. I just go, woo, not for me. I can't get into all that. But yet I'm here practicing because I want to feel something sacred about this world. Maybe you were in some church when you were a youth and it just didn't speak to you, but you're still longing for something. So in the form of the Buddhist practice of mindfulness, being aware of the present moment, they seek this sacredness. Originally, mindfulness was a meditation technique developed by monks that ostensibly renounced ordinary life in order to aim for a fullness beyond ordinary flourishing. Mindfulness has found its way into current Western society as a means toward greater affirmation and appreciation of ordinary life. In contemporary Buddhism, it is commonplace to find exhortations, teachings, to perform the tasks of life with mindfulness and care. In this way, one can realize fullness in the most mundane things and activities. Okay, there's a lot of truth for that too. If I'm just washing the dishes, wash the dishes. Be in the moment. Cool. Be in the moment. Realize this is sacred. Oh, it's beautiful. I'm washing the dishes. Okay? What Dogen is saying a little bit is, go a little further, folks, realizing that when you're washing the dishes, you are Buddha washing Buddha. That you are all of reality held in your hand, and the flowing water too. You are you washing you, and me washing you, and the trees and the stars. Take it big. Take it big. Western Zen, I think this is still, he's being a little critical. Western Zen seems, therefore, to fit perfectly with this trend toward a reaffirmation of ordinary life. Many Western Zen practitioners have been relieved to find a form of spirituality that advocates simply being natural. A little criticism here too. There's some understanding of Zen is, okay, I just got to be natural. Eat some natural food. Keep it simple. Don't get concerned about the world. Just when I'm hungry, eat. When I'm tired, sleep. Keep it simple. Live in a hut. Be close to nature, and that's it. By the way, yes. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong about appreciating nature, keeping your life simple, being loving, eating healthy food, not getting too materialistic and buying things. And this is a beautiful part of the practice. The point here is, don't stop there. That's the launch pad for the rocket. So a famous Zen dictum tells the practitioner just to eat when he's hungry and to sleep when he's tired, follow his natural inclinations without running around looking for enlightenment. Oh, I get this all the time. I'm not interested in enlightenment. I just want to be a little peaceful and be in the moment. I just want to be simple in life. You know what? That's beautiful. That's part of what we do. We do cherish simplicity and appreciating the moment and not being materialistic. Okay? We're not saying that's wrong. That's not wrong at all. But now, There was a chef on the TV used to throw in the spice and say, "Wham! Now we're going to take it." Yeah, Emerald, remember that guy? Anyway, now we're going to really drop in the fireworks. Okay. What was it? One show.
Bam.
Can't hear you, but you get the point.
Bam.
Well, that's it. That's it. Very good. But Dogen is critical of such rhetoric that he calls Zen naturalism. For him, Zen practice is the practice of Buddhahood. Your job, my friend, is not just to be natural and to be simple and to eat when you want to eat, be a little peaceful. Your responsibility is to bring Buddha to life. If you were a Christian, I would say your job is not to worship Jesus. Your job is, they say, when is Jesus coming back? Your job is to bring Jesus back in your body. Like that. Well, that's kind of our perspective. I'm sorry, I dipped into the other religion for a second, but I just want to get the point. Your job is to bring Buddha to life in your life. Zen practice is the practice of Buddhahood, an active recognition of one's own Buddhahood and an engagement with it. Your job is to dance. Don't just sit there as a spectator watching the dance or wondering when is the dance going to start? When is Buddha going to appear on stage? I bought tickets to this. I'm sitting here eating my popcorn. When is Buddha getting on the stage? The main event. No. He's sitting in your seat. Practicing Buddhahood is for Dogen not just doing what everyone pleases, but refers to very specific activities modeled on the practice of Shakyamuni Buddha. The other religion again says, what would Jesus do? Jesus does what you do. Hey, and if Jesus picks up a gun and shoots someone or takes drugs or robs a bank, that's your doing. You actually make Buddha ugly and obscured by your actions according to our way of practice. Buddha's always there. You hide it in the violence, the greed, the ugliness, the jealousy. Or you can bring Buddha out and let Buddha shine by doing the opposite with peace and charity and goodness. Like that. Such activities include sitting in Zazen, but also extend to all of one's daily activities. Dogen attempts to rethink the dualistic opposition itself between ordinary life on the one hand and transcendent fullness beyond ordinary human flourishing on the other hand. In other words, the fullness, the whole thing, is brought to life in the stage which is your ordinary life. Your ordinary life is not something keeping you from something sacred. It is sacred when you live, you realize it's sacred, and realization means not just in your head, it means in your real acts and doing. When you really make it a sacred life, it is a sacred life. When if I say, when you really make it a mess, it's a mess. When you really make it a beautiful and sacred life, it just is a beautiful and sacred life. It's up to you what you make it. Make it a mess, it is a mess. You made it. Make it beautiful and sacred, it is beautiful and sacred because you made it. Like that. In his view, non-duality is not about overcoming duality, but about fully realizing it. This implies the continual, moment by moment, day to day, continual uncovering and manifesting of the fullness that is already, it says there, but here. Not in the sense of seeing into one's true nature as something over there, or in my head, a Buddha nature as if it's buried within us, but in the sense of all of existence is Buddha nature. All of existence is the fundamental interrelatedness of all existence. The endeavor to negotiate the way, as I teach now, this is quoting Dogen, consists in discerning all things in view of enlightenment and putting such an unitive awareness into practice in the midst of the re-evaluated world. Boy, big words. End of story. You're the dancer, you now know it. The dance is coming to life. You now know it. You were put here for whatever reason as a dancer. You now know it. Your arms and legs. Levon is now giving us an example of moving those arms and legs. Lovely. He's a dancer. Yes. Yes. Get in there. Stretch. Yes, Levon. Very good. On show 2. Getting ready. You are now the dancer. What is your job? You can either dance, make a mess, or dance with what the Dogen called a Buddha's grace, a Buddha's living grace. It's up to you, my fellow dancers. Okay? Thanks for being patient and sitting through that. Any questions, complaints, requests for dance tips, anything?
I'm staring at I have a guitar hanging on my wall, and as you're talking about the universe expressing itself through me, I almost see myself as the guitar, and that the universe is playing me like I play my guitar.
For us, the guitar is not something that sits on your wall. It's something you practice. The guitar comes to life when you pluck the strings. The music of this universe, the universe is a great guitar. Man, I'm going to get really, okay, I'm a flower child. The universe is a great guitar, man. It comes to life when you pluck the strings. By the way, the guitar player is the guitar, needs the guitar. The guitar only comes to life with the guitar player. You are not you without the guitar. The guitar is a dead piece of wood without you. Now your job is, either you can hit all the bad notes and play it without grace, or you can play it with aplomb and play it in a beautiful way. So yes, you're not just, the guitar is not a thing over there and you're over here. You are the guitar music come to life, which is the guitar. The guitar is you. Every vibration of the string is you. You make every vibration of the string. It's all one great thing. And how it is played, okay, our world is a guitar ensemble. But 1/4 of it depends on how you play. So a guitar is not just a thing on your wall.
A great talk and a great segue for what we're doing next, I think, too.
I think so. Anything else before we go?
Oh, I loved me here. I loved the distillation in this article of so many things regarding Master Dogen, but it made me think of 3 things in particular. One is the Sandokai that we chanted at the beginning. Same spiel, right? To encounter the absolute is not yet enlightenment. You got to come back. Like the dance between the relative and the absolute. It was there in the chant at the beginning. Then it makes me think, and I thought about Nishijima Roshi the entire 40 minutes or whatever this lasted. His brilliant idea of don't get caught in idealism, don't get caught in idealism, materialism. It's realism. It's action here, and
Action coming to life, right?
It's not the thought. It's not the feeling.
Theory.
It's
Right.
doing it. And then the last thing, Master Dogen's very last fascicle that he wrote when he started rewriting the Shobogenzo, the Hachi Dainin Gaku, I think it was called, the 8 awarenesses of an adult practitioner.
The
Same
108
thing.
ways not to make a mess of it. How's that for a title? The
Yeah,
108 recommended ways not to make a mess of this dance. There you go.
it's such a him thing. It points to the practice of an adult, a true mature person that
Yeah.
understands you can't get caught in this, can't caught
Yeah.
that in
And
that.
we're
It's
never going to be perfect dancers, especially I'm a klutz.
we're
But
perfectly what we are.
we can be better dancers. We can be graceful dancers, even if we're not all of us prima ballerinas like that. Okay, shall we chant out?
Ooh.
May the merits of these teachings penetrate into each thing in all places, so that we and every sentient being together may realize the Buddha's way. All Buddhas throughout space and time, all Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas, Maha, Prajna, Paramita.
I love Koku dearly, but Bill, next time you play Koku, put him on the speed 1.25. Just a little, speed him up a little bit. Anyway, next we're going to have our dance because it's Setsubun, or it was last Sunday. We're a little late with Setsubun. Setsubun means the break of the seasons. It's all that remains in Japan from the Chinese New Year. They don't really make a big deal like in Vietnam and China and Korea, this Chinese New Year here. But we have this little quiet ceremony called Setsubun, where basically it consists of eating a particular kind of sushi and then throwing beans at your dad. My kids get these little peanut-like things, and they throw them at me, and they said, "Oni, get out of here." Oni means devil. Devil, get out of here. Devil's like the bad luck, and good luck come in. Bad luck out, Oni out, good luck in. Now, they do this in Buddhist temples too, but they leave out the devil part because the devil's welcome. We welcome the devil. He needs to come to the temple. So they only do the good luck part. But we're going to do a little dance now, which is the devil dance, which is about throwing the peanuts at the devil. Okay? That's what it is. And then good luck come in. Ready? Let's go. Everybody dance, if you can. Wait a second, maybe a few minutes before I get it. Okay, here we go. Go. All right.
Oh, come on, ballerina, come on.
Okay.
鬼は外、福は内。パラッパラッパラッパラ、豆の音。鬼はこっそり逃げていく。鬼は外、
you want to see a little bit more about Setsubun, I put some videos up in the thread at Tree Leaf. Oh, thank you, thank you. We had our little chocolate tea accident here. Thank you. Thank you. I'll feed those to the birds later. Okay. Zazen. We will have a long Kinhin. We will now recite the Metta verses, followed by a little bit of Zazen. You can sit if you want, or stand, or you can sit, you can stand. Stand on your head. Anything you do. All right. Well, there's been a little thread in the forum about the metaverses and who practices it every day and the different ways to practice it. As you know, it's was originally a South Asian tradition that's chanted. The chant they do tends to be a little longer. Ours is short, but gets right to the point, and it's become very common amongst many Zen groups. I know in America, I'm not sure about in Europe. It brings a touch of loving kindness, compassion, and caring to our practice for others. Today, though, I want to add a little Mahayana touch to it, a little bit. I've already, in our wording that we do, I tend to, some of the chants emphasize being happy. May they be happy, and I already made it a little Zen-y. May we be content with conditions as they are. But right now, the Mahayana touch I'd like to add is, usually we chant for someone we know, somebody else, and I'd like to remind us that the other is who we are and we are them. I don't know if this is going to work or not, but no harm trying. But when we chant for first ourselves, we're going to chant for everyone. And when we chant for someone we love, we're going to chant for ourselves and everyone. And a friend and a stranger is also who we are. We are somebody's stranger. And so is everyone a stranger to everyone in some way, sometimes. And also the hard person, the person who does bad. Well, maybe that's us to somebody. And maybe we all have that in us too. And then when we're going to chant for all sentient beings, at the end, that's again just us and everybody. So I don't know if this is going to work, but let's see what happens here. I don't think I've done this before. First, for ourself, who is you, who is me, and everybody. May I, who is you, who is everybody, be free of suffering. May everybody, who is me, who is you, feel safe. Really feel it. It's a visualization. Feel it. Feel safe, everybody, you, me, feel safe and still. May I, who is everybody and you, be free of enmity towards everybody who is you, who is me. Be loving, grateful, and kind to you, who is me, and everybody. May you, who is everybody, and me, be healthy, and because we human beings are not, always, content in all our ills. May I, you, me, let's add the trees and the birds, the stars, be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. I can tell if I keep going like this chant today is going to take a while. But Now let's do it for someone we love, who is all beings. Okay? May they, who is all beings, be free of suffering. May all beings who are they that we love feel safe and still. May they that we love, who is everyone, be free of enmity. May they that we love, that is me, that is you, be loving, grateful, truly feel grateful, and kind to me, you, and everyone. May they that we love, that is the tree, that is the stone, the star, be healthy. May the star, that is the one I love, that is the sky, be content in all their ills. May everyone I love, that is everyone, be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Well, this is quite a mess, isn't it? But I think it's okay. Now, for the friend, we're friends with everybody, they say. Be everybody's friend, and you're everybody's friend. May everybody's friend be free of suffering. May the friend of everybody feel safe and still. May being the friend to yourself, that is everybody, be free of enmity. May everybody's friend, who's the friend of everybody, I'm even losing my place here, be loving, grateful, and kind. May we be friends with our illness. How's that? And may our illness be friends with accepting when we're not. May all the friends who are friends of friends be at peace, embracing all the friends of life. Okay? Now the hard one, the bad guy, the guy who does real harm to our lives, maybe to the world. Let's remember that there is us in reflection. May bad guy I be free of suffering. May the bad guy that's just me feel safe and still. May me, who can be a bad guy, be free of enmity. May the bad guy, that's all of us, be loving, grateful, and kind. I think I missed the stranger, but we'll just say they were included this week because we're covering everybody. May the bad guy, who's me, you, and everybody, be healthy, and the stranger too. And may the bad guy, because they wouldn't be bad if they were truly healthy and content, be content in all their ills. May all bad guys, who's all of us, and the sky, and the trees, be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Oh, what a mess this is. It's lovely. Okay, now, we're going to finish up with all sentient beings, who are each one of us, and each grain of sand. May we, who's all of us and each grain of sand, be free of suffering. May we, who's the grain of sand, that's all of us, feel safe and still. May we, who's everything and all things, be free of enmity. And may everything and all things, who's all of us, be loving, grateful, and kind. May all things, who is everyone and everything, the big things, the little things, be healthy and at ease in all there are ills. May we, it, I, you, him, her, it, the other thing, be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. And the friendly face who just showed up, good to see you. Good to see you. We're chanting Metta for everything, nothing, you, me, and everyone. All right? Very good. My bell's over there, so we'll just say that's the end of Metta. All right. Yeah, I got my bell. All right, we're going to sit Zazen a little while now, remembering that Zazen is never a matter of time and length. This one note of Zazen is the whole guitar playing. This one step and twirl of Zazen is the whole dance dancing, like that. So it's not a matter of whether it's a long dance or a short dance or a short song or a long song. It's just this note and this note and this note right here. So now we're going to sit Zazen beyond long and short. We will now recite the verse of atonement and the 4 vows. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe straighten the mat.
All harmful acts, words, and thoughts ever committed by me since of old, on account of beginningless greed, anger, and ignorance, born of my body, mouth, and mind, now I atone for them all. To save all sentient beings, though beings numberless, to transform all delusions, though delusions inexhaustible, to perceive reality, though reality is boundless, to attain the enlightened way, a way non-attainable. To save all sentient beings, though beings numberless, to transform all delusions, though delusions inexhaustible, to perceive reality, though reality is boundless, to attain the enlightened way, a way non-attainable. To save all sentient beings, though beings numberless, to transform all delusions, though delusions inexhaustible, to perceive reality, though reality is boundless, to attain the enlightened way, a way non-attainable.
Well, thank you, everyone. That was lovely. And all I can say is I wish you, as you get on with the dance, you're part of the dance of life this week. Dance with some grace and beauty, and bring the Buddha to life in your dance. That's all I got to say. So see you guys later. See you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Can I take this text?
Yeah, no, that's yours. And also the chant if you want. You have the chant?
I have the chance.
Oh, okay, good. If you want to go ahead. Okay, see you guys.